Good morning, everybody. The time is 10 a.m. We are going to commence this meeting of the Judiciary Committee and go into recess for caucus. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to reconvene the Judiciary Committee meeting for Friday, April 25th, 2025. We're going to start on section 3 of our agenda, nominations for review. We have 2 nominations to be members of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. First, I will entertain a motion, a favorable report on the governor's nomination of Eileen K. Keys of Farmington to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on this nomination? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last many years, there's been a lot of talk, attempts by the legislature to rein in the Board of Pardons and Paroles. I think that we need to look at the process and the nominees that come before us. While I understand there's only one on the table at this point, I think there are problems. If we look back at the power to pardon, it actually, under our Constitution, it's Article 4th, Section 10, it's ultimately the legislature that has the power to pardon. There was a letter many years ago, I believe it was A.G. Blumenthal, that opined on that. And through statute, the power to pardon was given to the Board of Pardons and Paroles appointed by the governor. The problem that I raise here today, and if you were at the public hearing the other day, you may have heard the unusual questions about gender and race. When we look at the operative statute, 54-124A, it says that the body shall be made up of 10 full-time and 5 part-time members, and that in the appointment of the members, the governor shall comply with the provisions of section 4-9B. So that's not discretionary. It is mandatory language. When we look at 4-9B, what that requires is that the body closely reflects the gender and racial diversity of the state according to the most recent United States Census population data. And the governor is supposed to be reaching out through programs to try and find individuals that would fit that criteria. It's interesting, last night I went back and looked at the history of 4-9B and its insertion directly into the statute. It actually comes from 2008 in the wake of the Cheshire Home invasion. Legislature got together and it was became Public Act 8-1. In the title, it addressed home invasion, and I reviewed the transcripts. And with that legislation, what happened was it was recognized that the individuals that had perpetrated that crime had spent time in prison, that their release was perhaps not proper. There was nothing in place with regard to making sure perhaps that, well, first of all, that they should have been let out and they wouldn't commit additional crimes. And we know what resulted is one of the most heinous crimes that this state has seen. So the legislature said, well, we're going to give the Board of Pardons and Paroles, which actually they merged at that time, a lot of authority, and we're going to require this dynamic. So what we have before us today is, as we learned from the public hearing the other day, a white female and a white male are before us to be confirmed possibly by this body to become members of the Board of Pardons and Parole. So it forces the analysis, what is the makeup of the board presently? Currently, the board has 2 white males. Currently, the board has 2 white females. Currently, the board has 2 black females, 1 Hispanic male, and 1 Hispanic female. there is no representation on this board of black males. And while you may be for or against the underlying thought process of the law, it is the law. So what we have before us would max out the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And what we would end up with is 3 white males, 3 white females, 2 black females, 1 Hispanic male, and 1 Hispanic female. Should both of the nominees before us here today pass. Now, why it was determined that there are no black males apparently in this state that are qualified to sit on this board, I can't speak to that. We are left with the governor's nominations to us. But I think the most important thing, at least in my mind, is we look at the population. We hear all the time that the portion of our geographics or demographics in our state that is serving time behind bars, and I really wish Representative Porter was here today, because she would tell us all the time, is black males. And I did happen to get the statistics, and the latest statistics I could get were from 2021 that indicate that 94% of people that are in our prisons are black male. So whether or not you agree or that is the fact. And the fact that this board, should these appointees be approved, are not represented in effect, I don't see how that's proper, given the law 4-9 that the governor's office is required to follow in making these nominations. I don't think that either of the nominees meets the level of what was discussed at the time in 2008. It was clear. Representative Lawler got up on the House floor and he talked about people having a criminal justice background. I don't think the resumes that have come before us meet that, but nonetheless, the law is you're supposed to follow 4-9B, and we are not. So it would be inappropriate for this body to approve the nominees given the makeup. We are bound by the law. So I do intend to vote against both nominees here today. But I think it should be appropriate to bring to the body's attention the fact of the law and the fact of where we presently are. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by thanking the good representative for bringing to our attention what the statute says. I think it is important. In my career, issues like this have been important, whether it be the Board of Pardons and Parole, judges, whatever the case may be. I've actually had the opportunity to engage on these issues when the picks are on our sides and they are not picks that are in alignment with either what the statute says and or just an effort to diversify. The good representative brought this issue to our attention at the beginning of the hearing. Unfortunately, the folks were sitting in front of us, and we do have a job, which is to follow statute. And it's also in that moment, this committee has a responsibility to look at the folks in front of us. And we may have a disagreement about whether or not they're qualified, but we have a responsibility to look at the folks in front of us and determine whether they're qualified or not. The governor has a responsibility to follow the statute there, but we have a responsibility to make that determination. And every individual can make that determination for themselves. Our prison system is not 94% black. That is not accurate. It's way too high, but it's not 94%. But there have been efforts to deal with the fact that our prisons are disproportionately Black for years. I know. I've been in the lead of most, if not all, of those efforts. And I've talked about the percentages as I've done that work. Those of you who pay attention to this committee have heard me have conversations about the percentages, why they are what they are, and what we need to do about it. So if we want to talk about percentages, we can talk about percentages in many ways. And oftentimes the conversation about the percentages, why they are, how they are, and why we should be doing the bills that I'm trying to do are not paid attention to or not agreed with, or that's your perspective, or whatever the case may be. So we can talk about percentages all day long. And I'm glad we're talking about this. And I hope that not just the governor's office, but every person here who has the opportunity to pick a board, a commission, a study group, I don't care, thinks about what this state looks like, thinks about the impact of those picks. But it's interesting that those percentages matter now. Because for the 17 years I've been in this building, when it comes to the policy that directly impacts the people on the inside, they don't seem to have mattered as much. And so I, as a person who is very concerned about this, am still going to be voting for these people because I believe they're qualified. And I'm going to continue the conversations that engage both the governor, my leadership, the leadership of the House, the leadership of every committee about these issues. But if we're really concerned, that concern is not only resident in the statute that's being talked about, but it's resident in the policy that happens in this building and the impact that has, because that policy has been having impact on Black people and other people in the state for the entire history of this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Further questions or comments from the committee for Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Racial quotas are racist. We shouldn't have them. We should not have them written into our statutes. And it is ironic that we have two individuals in front of us who appear, to me at least, to be qualified on their merits for these positions. And yet under the statute, if we follow the law, we can't vote for them. It is ironic to me that the governor would appoint or would nominate two individuals who he apparently thought were qualified for these positions. And we have a statute on the books, what I believe is a racist statute on the books, that if we follow it, we can't confirm these two individuals because they're too white. We should get rid of this statute, and we should be looking at people based on their merits, based on their qualifications. And it appears if these two individuals are confirmed, it will be on their merits in violation of the statute. So let's get rid of the statute. Thank you.
Representative Fishbein.
Yeah, just briefly. Yeah, I agree with all the comments that were made. I do want to correct myself though. When I gave the percentage, I was looking at the wrong column, and you are correct. Not 94%. The way it breaks down, that was 94% of the total. It's apparently 42%. So So I do stand corrected. I just wanted that noted for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. And let me just say this one more thing. There are other spots still available on the board. They may not be the full-time position, but given what has happened here, when those positions get filled, it makes a lot of sense to think deeply about what has happened. There are 10 full-time positions and 5 positions that we call part-time. My expectation is that what has been brought to us is taken into account so that we never have to have this conversation again. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question from members of the committee? If not, Madam Administrator, please call a roll.
Roll call vote on Aileen K. Keys of Farmington to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Fazino, Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal, Brown,
Yes. Well, Brown votes yes.
Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan votes no.
Chicarella,
No.
DiCaprio,
No.
Delaney, Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan,
Yes.
Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser,
Yeah.
Mar, Miller, O'Day,
No.
Osborne, Pavlak Tomato,
Hold on, Pavlak Tomato votes no.
thank you, Perillo, Quinn,
Yes.
Brahman,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
No.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll next move to item number 2, which is under nominations for review, which is, and to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, Alex Zarkov of Hartford. So motion.
Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Stafford. Is there discussion? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I would anticipate that my friend and colleague, Representative Fishbein, will be making similar arguments regarding Alex Zarkov, to which I commend his research into the law, and I understand his position. But regarding Mr. Zarkov, Attorney Zarkov, I have known him for many, many years. I've known him when he was a clerk of this committee. We have worked closely with him in his role with the Sentencing Commission. He is currently teaching a course as a co-adjunct professor with my counsel, Attorney Melanie Dykes, whom I have the utmost respect for. And she relates that he does a fabulous job in that role as a professor at the University of Connecticut School of Law. So there's everything about Alex that just tells me he's a very intelligent. Representative Godfrey informed us of that, that he learned that even when he was an intern for Representative Godfrey. I don't know how long ago that was, but I'm sure it was many decades ago. And so I'm really excited about Alex Zarkov taking on this role. I asked him point blank before the hearing this week, why do you want to do this? I know it's a good job, pays well, but there's an awful lot of responsibility and it's a challenge. You're really doing a huge risk assessment on individuals getting into society sooner than they have been adjudged would be an appropriate sentence. And if they do something antisocial, or God forbid they harm someone, that's going to be on you. And Alex said, quite frankly, he's looking for a real challenge at this point in his career. He has the legal background. He has the criminal law background, I believe. And I'm really excited. I think he's going to be a tremendous asset to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And I'm very much happy to support his nomination this afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you, Representative Baudet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Tarkov was the clerk for a very good friend of ours, Jerry Fox, former chair of this committee. I spoke with Jerry. I don't know Attorney Tarkov well as I probably should have, but Jerry speaks very highly of him, and based on that, I am going to vote yes for this candidate and believe he will do a good job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't reiterate what I talked about earlier. This is a serious thing. Essentially, what we have before us is individuals being appointed to a board that are empowered to vacate and or change the ruling of our Superior Court. Both of the nominees admitted that they've never seen that process. They've never been part of that process. We vet judges, those that make those initial determinations, somewhat strongly. And now we have this other body that is going to be empowered to look at what judges and juries do and then vacate or change those things. I don't think that was what was intended back in 2008 based upon the background. I mean, Alex is a very nice person. The building is all about relationships. I've said that plenty of times. What we're dealing with here is very serious. When a judge makes a determination and you read about it in the newspaper, right? Certain judge made certain ruling and sentenced somebody to, a certain number of years. The rulings here, determinations here, are not by an individual. They're en masse. They're by a group. So there is no pointed blame, so to speak, when something bad happens. Something that, once again, we have to take very seriously. I am a little bit more comfortable with this particular nominee, but I do intend to vote no for the reasons stated previously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I can't say enough good things about Alex. Thank you, Senator Kissel. You're absolutely right. He was my intern, and we won't discuss how many decades ago that was. It was a very long time ago. It was his first foray into being a part of the civic process. That includes the legislature. He lived in West Hartford. He was still in undergraduate, of course. And the backstory fascinated me. His family brought him to this country from Russia as refugees from the authoritarianism that still goes on in Russia today. And he dealt with the challenges personally of being an immigrant, of being challenged by his status, and he overcame them all extremely well. He served me very well as an intern. Obviously had gone on. He worked for the legislature. He was a legislative aide. John's absolutely right. He was the clerk of this committee, those of us who remember back that far. And he's gone on to great things. He went on to law school at UConn and did very, very well. Came out of there. He's been in a number of roles in the judicial department, obviously, in the State University, in the executive branch, and certainly as the head, as the executive director, rather, of the Sentencing Commission. And all along, he has shown an incredible amount of integrity and intelligence and the ability to adjudicate, to investigate whatever cases were coming before him. Certainly his personal experience as a refugee to this country, as we are all everything we have been throughout our entire lives, has given him an incredibly balanced look at all of the questions and information that have come before him. And he's just an all-around good guy. I remember when he got married, I remember when he had children that are getting a little older now. But as I said, I can't say enough good things. Alex is just a superb choice. I'm so grateful that he's been nominated. I'm so happy to be able to vote for his nomination here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments on the nominee? Further questions or comments? If not, I just want to put on the record with respect to both of these nominees, some information we've been provided by the Office of the Governor. According to their statistics, the Board of Pardons and Paroles currently has 2 Black females, 1 Hispanic female, 1 Hispanic male, 2 Caucasian females, and 2 Caucasian males. The most recent census data in Connecticut has the Caucasian population at 61.6%, Black at 12.4%, and Hispanic at 17.7%. So according to their math, even with the addition of these 2 nominees before us, the composition of the Board of Pardons would still align with the census percentages that are alluded to in the statute. Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Alex Starkloff of Hartford to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Fazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera,
Yes.
Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Picarella, DiCaprio, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Marr, Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman,
Yes.
Roberts, Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach, no, Walker,
Yes.
Wilson,
All right.
Brown votes yes. Sorry, Madam Administrator.
thank you.
I should have announced, we will hold the votes open till, I guess at this point, at 3:30, subject to change, but 3:30 for the time being, at least 3:30. All right. Next, we will move to our bills to be considered. Substitute for Senate Bill number 3, an act concerning consumer protection and safety. The motion will be a JF. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Fazino. Senator Winfield?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill comes to us through general law. It's a sizable bill. The reason that it's before us is because this bill gives the Attorney General the authority to enforce on the state's behalf a CUPA violation. That enforcement could include investigations and other enforcement actions. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments on the bill? Questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Yes.
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox, Fazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown,
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella,
No.
DiCaprio, Delaney,
Delaney votes yes.
Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist,
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey. Howard. Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson. Khan. Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser. Mar,
Mars, yes.
Miller. O'Day. Osborne. Havelock Tomato,
Havelock Tomato votes no.
Perillo. Quinn. Brahman,
Yes.
Roberts. Vertigliano. Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach. No. Walker,
Yes.
Wilson.
Number 2, Senate Bill number 8, an act concerning protections for workers and enhancements to workers' rights. The motion will be a JF. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fazino. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before us is a bill that comes to us through labor. It limits the quotas that employers may put upon their employees and deals with striking workers and their eligibility for unemployment. The reason that it's before us is because of how it deals with civil actions. And so an aggrieved worker can have access to the court, and there are civil penalties that are included in the bill. The first violation would be at $1,000, the second violation $2,000, and the third $3,000 through Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. You know, it's no secret in this building that I'm very sympathetic to organized labor. Certainly my corrections workers up in North Central Connecticut, Local 391, I'm very supportive of. And back in law school, I studied labor law, did well in labor law. I don't have a career that ever touched upon it, but I'm fascinated by it. And I think it's actually one of the linchpins to why our society and our country does so well is that we've engineered a peace between management and labor. And we have longstanding laws, and trust me, anybody that even touches upon the surface of the history of labor law in this country knows that it has gone through a lot of violence, a lot of pressures, and it didn't come cheap. And so a lot of people spilled blood in fighting for labor rights. Nonetheless, I think that it's a happy balance when it works, but it is an attempt to create a balance between management and labor. And when striking workers now are afforded a path to get unemployment benefits, I'm concerned that the pendulum has swung too far in one direction. I'm open to further discussions regarding this. I'm not predisposed against striking workers or organized labor, but at the outset and at this time, it doesn't persuade me that maybe our neighboring state of New York has gone down this path, or California. Those are the far more liberal states in our country. They are seeing population exodus. They're seeing financial pressures, and I don't think that those should be our role models. And so for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be voting no this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kissel, just before we go further on this, I just want to remind this committee that we are here today on referred bills. And our cognizance on referred bills generally is limited to matters of criminal penalties, certain civil fines, certain court actions, civil rights violations, CUTPA matters, et cetera, that come before our committee. And I do believe there are plenty of things in this bill that touch on our cognizance, including Section 8 of the bill, which talks about civil actions, with respect to the quota ban, et cetera, anti-retaliation provisions on the quota ban. But with respect to the striking worker provision, which is limited to Section 10 of this bill, it's my belief that that particular provision is not the cognizance of this committee. that our review is limited to those sections of the bill related to warehouse quotas, enforcement of those warehouse quotas, et cetera. So while I understand your point, Senator, I just want to make it clear that a vote in support of this bill today is not a vote on striking worker unemployment benefits. I believe our cognizance is much more limited, and frankly, I'm not going to allow an extended debate here today on striking worker benefits because frankly, that is not our cognizance. If folks want to have that debate on the floor, that's fine, but we are not going to debate that section of the bill here today because that piece is not what brings this bill before us. Further discussion with respect to the sections of the bill related to the Judiciary Committee's cognizance. Representative O'Day.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully disagree with how you phrased the limits here, but because the bill is before this committee in section 8, because as I understand it, as you articulated, is one of the reasons why it was referred to us, it has an impact on the bill, not just section, those limited sections. I think how the bill in its totality impacts with the sections of why it was referred here is respectfully allowed to be discussed.
Representative O'Day, let me just clarify. So my point was, yes, you're correct. I believe a discussion on sections 1 through at least sections 1 through 8 and arguably sections 1 through 9. Sorry, 1 through 8. Yeah, sections 1 through 8 are the reasons the bill was referred to us. And so a debate on sections 1 through 8 of the bill is absolutely appropriate in this committee. My point was simply that I believe the striking worker provision is in section 10 of the bill. And I don't believe section 10 in any way addresses the cognizance of this committee. So what I'm asking the committee to do is restrain your debate to sections 1 through 8 of the bill, as section 10 is beyond our cognizance.
All I'm trying to point out is to the extent that section 10 is impacted by sections 1 through 8, it can be discussed.
Well, section 10, I don't believe is. Section 10 is standalone related to, if you look at section 8 of the bill, it specifically begins by saying in section 8, on or after July 1, an employee aggrieved by a violation of sections 2 through 7 inclusive. So the enforcement provision in section 8 only applies to sections 2 through 7 of the bill. There is no enforcement provision, civil penalty, or crime with respect to section 10 of the bill, which comes later. That was the point I was trying to make.
Understood. With regard to the my question to the good chair in section 8 is with respect to the civil penalties. As I understand it, this law, section 8 being new, would allow the attorney general to bring an action on behalf of an employee aggrieved. And these new penalties don't exist currently. Is that correct?
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, section 8 is a new section, new language. That would be a correct assessment.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, are there other states that have similar legislation with similar penalties? In other words, does New York have a 1,000 for a first violation, 2,000, a tiered step, if you will, through you?
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have an answer to that. As you know, this bill was referred to us and I haven't had the opportunity to do that level of digging outside of the bill. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I've got concerns on the impact this would have. Look, I do, the current attorney general, I believe, would not use this section as a weapon against businesses, but I can't say that future attorney generals might do so. So I'm going to vote no on this bill. And hope we can fix at least parts of it before it comes to the floor of the Senate or the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Partigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. I'm trying to understand the process of the committee and the referral process. But if I extend the logic that we just used about debate, when I vote on this bill today, am I only voting on sections 1 through 9, or am I voting on an entire bill that includes section 10?
Well, that's a good question. The way I've always looked at referrals is our primary charge is looking at the matters that are germane to this committee's cognizance. And so we get a lot of mandatory referrals. We have a lot of those on here today where it seems to be the cause in this building now that other committees think they can create new crimes out of whole cloth. They can't. This committee creates crimes. So there seems to be a lot of bills that have been referred to us where other committees are trying to create whole new crimes. There's also bills that get referred to us where there's an increase in fines, and those are mandatory to us. Other bills get referred to us that impact court processes or procedures, maybe impact the Department of Corrections, impact the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, etc. I've always taken the view that our review of the bills is limited to that. We are not subject matter experts in other stuff, but what we are doing, for example, on a criminal penalty is looking at, does that criminal penalty fit in the broader context of the penal code? That is our job. That's why it's a mandatory referral here for us to look at. So I would say our vote should be limited and should be seen as a vote on whether the bill satisfies the public policy objectives of the Judiciary Committee with respect to our cognizance. And that's why, frankly, I think there are times people will vote for bills in this committee and then vote against them on the floor, or vice versa, vote against them here and then ultimately vote for them on the floor. And so that's why I would say a vote in favor of this bill, at least the way I see it, is contained to the first 8 sections of the bill, which are our cognizance, not on the later section that I believe is not our cognizance, but seems to be in this bill for some reason.
So I appreciate the answer, and I actually understand and agree with the answer. It's just unfortunately when the vote tally goes up and the bill's sitting there with my vote on it, it's on the entire bill or the bill number and not just the sections that you're referring to, even though I thought your logic is sound in your argument. So I just wanted to ask that question and get that point across. Thank you, sir.
Well, I appreciate you asking it. And I think as this is our first of what will likely be several referred bill meetings this session, it's probably an important point to get on the record as well. Further questions or comments on the bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 8 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Yes.
Plexer. Gadkar Wilcox. Bazino. Kissel.
No.
Fishbein.
No.
Blumenthal. Brown.
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, no.
Picarella. DiCaprio. Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dillon. Doucette.
Yes.
Dubitsky.
No.
Elliott. Gaston. Gilchrist.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Gaston
votes yes.
Thank you. Godfrey. Howard. Jacobson.
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson. Khan. Lamarck Muir.
Yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar votes yes.
Miller. O'Day. Pavlock Osborne. Pavlock D'Amato.
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo. Quinn. Rahman.
Yes.
Roberts. Rutigliano.
No.
Sims.
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach. No. Walker.
Yes.
Wilson. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Next, item number 3, substitute for Senate Bill number 9, an act concerning the environment, climate, and sustainable municipal and state planning. The motion will be a JF.
So move.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Pizzuto. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is before us again because it has penalties. You know, two different types of penalties, one of which is a civil penalty associated with neonicotinoids. I say it slowly so I don't mess it up. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion on this bill, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the Environment Committee when this bill was debated, discussed. I voted against it then because there are certain portions of this that I like, certain portions of it that I dislike immensely. So I just want to state for the record, I'm going to be voting no, and hopefully we can fix it before it hits the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Do these neonicotinoids and the penalties associated therewith have anything to do with the alleged climate change in the title of the bill?
Senator Winfield, you want to try that one?
Again, questions that are probably better answered by people on the committee. But I am aware that there's been concern about the neonicotinoids that is just about health and safety. It does relate to environment in some ways, but I think there's a health and safety concern there through you, Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Day. Oh, wait, I apologize. Hold on. Senator Kissel still has the floor. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to follow the guardrails because we all love guardrails in this building, at least many of us do, regarding the debate rules in this committee. And I agree with Representative Tigliano that I think what Chairman Staffstrom said earlier makes sense. But we are going to be noted for the votes that we cast on the bill in its entirety. So trying to stay within the limitations of our cognizance, I just want to put on the record that I actually have some serious concerns regarding allegations and actually the scientific sufficiency of the data regarding alleged climate change that gets trotted out and trotted out. It's been trotted out since Al Gore was vice president. Just pay attention to the Little Ice Age, especially in New England between 1400 and 1800, and draw your own conclusions if you really study the science. So that being said, based upon our cognizance, though, I will be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some leeway to the good ranking senator. The neonicotinoids and the anticoagulant rodenticides are not related to the climate. The discussion, and frankly, those sections, which I know are not being debated here, but the fines are being discussed. I'm in favor of those sections 33 and 34, and I'm not in favor of, as you had articulated, many other sections of this bill. But we've got a pesticide, processed food, and plastics problem in this state. And so I want those addressed without necessarily the climate issue. So I'm going to be voting no as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And not to belabor the point, but neonicotinoids have an impact on bees, which have a severe impact, whether folks know it or not, on all of our life cycle and our environment. And so when I represented that it does have the impact, that is why, through you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Further on this, Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I simply wanted to state as a member of the Environment Committee that I'm a co-sponsor of this measure. I feel quite strongly the evidence is very sound on the issue of neonicotinoids. And the original bill, which I co-sponsored and which drew an astounding amount of testimony from the public. To me, I mean, it grows every year. The number of people who are disturbed by what we are doing to the wildlife and as a result of what we are using. The Senate in its divine wisdom combined a number of bills, hence the title. I don't think that that should do damage to some of the important sections of this bill, and I urge as a co-sponsor that you support this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Callahan online.
Just very briefly, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, as ranking member of the Environment Committee, as Representative O'Day said, the neonic and rodenticide portion have absolutely nothing to do with the rest of the bill. The rest of the bill it has nothing to do with the Environment Committee. But I'd like to see, it's unfortunate that these got all lumped in together. And neonics could be a problem. Rodenticides could be a problem, but neonics are in flea collars, lice shampoos. They treat our seeds so our farmers can grow. So this is a complicated issue that got rolled into a bill where it shouldn't be. So I'm a no today.
All right. Further on this, if not, Madam Administrator, let's call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 9 at JFA to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Vino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown,
Brown's a yes.
Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella,
No.
DiCaprio, Delaney,
Delaney votes yes.
Dillon,
Dylan votes yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Kubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock Tomato,
Pavlock Tomato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman,
Yes.
Roberts, Rutigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
Beach is a no.
Walker, Wilson.
Number 4, substitute. All right. Next, number 4, substitute for Senate Bill number 884, an act concerning the maximum allowable concentration for 1,4 dioxane in household cleaning and personal care products and cosmetics. The motion will be a JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Flexer. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill beginning April 1st of next year, bans the manufacture, distribution, sale, and offer of household cleaning products, cosmetic products, and personal care products with certain parts per million of dioxane. The reason that it's before us is because I believe in order to effectuate that and make sure it actually happens, there are fines, and the fines are $1,000 for the first violation and $2,500 for subsequent violations. And violators of the statute, should it pass, may also be enjoined from continuing the action that is prohibited under the bill. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments? Senator.
Thank you very much, Chairman Stafford. So four square, right on the penalties. $1,000 sounds like an awful lot to me. Would a mom and pop store that's just selling like shampoos off their shelf, would they be subject to this $1,000 fine if they just happen to just have this stuff on their shelves and they weren't aware of this?
Senator Winfield.
Well, if you give me a second. As I read the bill, you aren't allowed to manufacture, which is not the mom and pops, distribute, which they're not distributing, but they would be selling. And so you are not allowed to do that after that point. I think they would be in violation and subject to the penalties.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you. And is there anything in this bill that effectuates some kind of recall or notification? Just because, I mean, I know that we assume everybody knows all our laws at all times, but just again, $1,000 seems like a sort of a big first hit on someone that might just inadvertently sell a bottle of shampoo. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see any recall provisions, but again, I just want to make sure that I will say this correctly. The violations are not more than, so it may or may not be that that number that is the maxima there. Through you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. So I'm just going to state that based upon the penalty being very high, I think that sometimes we get a little carried away. I understand it says up to, so it may not just immediately be $1,000, but I'm a little unclear as to whether it would be Department of Environment, Energy and Environmental Protection, who would be assessing the fine. And again, you know, without some sort of education program and things like that, I just think it's a high amount to assess someone for the sale of a product that up until right now is legal. So I'm going to vote no to flag it and hopefully revisit the penalty issue when it comes to the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on the bill? Further discussion, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, many times we talk about in this committee that our intent through statute is not necessarily to punish someone, it's to bring them into conformance. So I would think it would be appropriate to have some sort of a warning. But, you know, we learned through the pandemic, I learned through the pandemic, there was a statute that has to do with fines by the Department of Public Health. And it said up to $1,000. And Department of Public Health read that as $1,000, doesn't matter. And that's what we have before us here today. So I think the points that Senator Kissel brings up are valid. I think it's a very draconian language that we have before us. If the intent of this body is to bring someone into conformance, it would be appropriate to give them a warning, allow them to cure, and then if they're still, flagrantly violating the public policy that we've set forth here, then you have penalty. I still think $1,000, quite frankly, you know, even after the warning is a bit high. You know, we look at other things here and you know, we have fines for speeding. We just debated this a few weeks ago, $250. And there was an overture to triple that. And we got pushback on that. And here we're talking about shampoo. I intend to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the point made by Representative Fishbein, I don't think that I am capable of agreeing to making that change today, but I think that it may help the life cycle of this bill to do what you are suggesting. And so I hope that I have lived up to every other time I've done something like this. I think I have. I will engage in that conversation with the environment chairs in an attempt to make sure that we can actually get this bill done. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the collegial response to the debate. I do still intend to vote no, just to flag it. But I do, Senator Winfield usually does come through. So I just wanted my no vote to be known as such. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on this bill, further discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 884 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, any appropriate.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer,
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox, Pazino,
Yes.
Kissel,
No.
Fishbein,
No.
Blumenthal, Brown,
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, no.
Chicarella,
Yes.
Caprio, Delaney,
Delaney votes yes.
Dylan, Doucette,
Yes.
Ubitsky,
Yes.
Elliot, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Havelock Tomato,
Havelock Tomato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman,
Yes.
Roberts, Retigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Wilson.
Thank you. Number 5, Senate Bill number 1115, an act concerning enforcement of cross-border bottle redemption prohibitions. The motion is a JF. Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Flexer. Discussion on this bill? Any discussion on this bill? If not, Representative Fishbein for motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we create a consent calendar that remove number 5, SB 1115, an act considering enforcement of cross-border bottle redemption prohibitions to the consent calendar.
Any objection to placing the item on consent? Any objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Number 6, substitute for Senate Bill number 1235, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding lottery and gaming regulations. The motion is a JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, motion from Senator Winfield, I believe I heard first, and then second from Senator Flexer. Then, yeah. I did too, it's just. Let's start with Representative Fishbein then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe we've all been forwarded an amendment, which there's no LCO, but what it does is it strikes line 179 in its entirety and inserts in lieu of open quote, Commissioner may, new language, for good cause, suspend, revoke, or suspend, revoke, and removes the clause for good cause and adds refuse to. That is the amendment. So moved.
Motion by Representative Fishbein on the amendment, seconded by Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield on the amendment, please.
This is an amendment worked on by all of the leadership of the committee. I consider it friendly.
Friendly amendment. Any discussion on friendly amendment? If not, Madam, if not, let me try your minds. All in favor, please signify by saying aye on the amendment.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Discussion on the bill is amended. Discussion on the bill as amended. Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion that we move item number 6 as amended. It's substitute for SB 1235, and now we've amended it in committee, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding lottery and gaming regulation to the consent calendar.
Any objection to placing the item on consent? Any objections? Seeing none, so ordered. Number 8, substitute for Senate Bill number 1356, an act concerning data privacy. Motion will be a JF. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Discussion on this bill. Discussion. Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1356 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Yes.
Flexer.
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox. Bazino.
Yes.
Kissel.
Yes.
Fishbein. Blumenthal. Brown.
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella.
Vote no to flag.
DiCaprio.
No.
Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dylan. Doucette. Dubinsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yeah.
Hillcrest,
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day,
No.
Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato,
Havelock Tomato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Raman,
Yes.
Roberts, Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Wilson.
Number 9, substitute for Senate Bill number 1357, an act concerning the Department of Consumer Protection's recommendations regarding various statutes concerning consumer protection. Well, isn't that interesting? Motion by Senator Flexer, seconded by Senator Kissel, Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a fairly large bill that comes to us. It deals with CUPPA in sections 35 and 36. It has penalties fines that can be imposed in section 41. And so it must come before this committee because it is within our cognizance through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we strike sections 35 and 36 from the bill.
Motion from Representative Fishbein, second from Senator Kissel. The amendment is to strike the CUPPA remedies in 35 and 36. Between the discussion, the leadership of the committee, it was determined that probably does go a bit too far, and particularly on eliminating the cap on restitution orders, and probably needs a little bit more study and work. So for today, we'll consider this a friendly amendment. Is there further discussion? If not, let me try your minds. All in favor of striking sections 35 and 36, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Was nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Further discussion on the bill as amended. Representative O'Day.
I know that our cognizance now with this bill is what? If you would, please.
I think relatively limited at this point. I would think, 41 maybe, which imposes a fine. Tough to say. I mean, there's a lot of different things in this. I know folks have raised concerns, at least in my caucus, with respect to section 34 of this bill on the merits, but that is beyond our cognizance, for example. But I suspect this bill will need some work moving forward as well.
Just so I understand the bill, and I understand the chair's answer that maybe 41 with a fine, but so if a nonprofit in section 34, I know it's outside our cognizance, but so I understand it, could a nonprofit be fined? For example, I have a nonprofit that runs a rink in New Canaan, and they don't have any cash. They only do credit cards. Could they be subject to a fine if this bill is passed? And if section 34 stays in through you?
Senator Winfield?
Just so I'm clear, are you with the sections that we took out, are you asking, can they be fined pursuant to the other section that's still in?
Yes. In other words, section 34, as I read it, requires that a retail, which I assume would be a nonprofit operating a rink, could they be fined if they don't accept cash?
I believe, and again, a little bit of a disadvantage, but I believe the answer to Representative Vertigliano.
Maybe I could help, sir, as ranking on general law. We passed a bill a few years ago that forces businesses to accept cash at all consequence. So what this section contemplated was if the business offers a machine that converts your cash into a card, but yet doesn't charge you a fee, you are in compliance with the law, meaning you're accepting cash.
Thank you, Representative Tigliano.
That's helpful. Representative O'Day?
So if I understand the good ranking on general law, then as long as I accept a debit card without a fee, then I'm not subject to a fine if this law passes.
As long as you allow them to put cash onto that card without a fee, you are in compliance. You're converting cash into a card. There has to be no fee for that contemplation.
All right, but through you, Mr.
Representative
Chair,
O'Day?
through you, Mr. Chair, my example is I run as a nonprofit a rink in New Canaan and we don't have any cash. All we do is swipes with credit card or debit card. As I understand this bill now, although sections 35 and 36 are out, section 41 allows for fines. And my question is, if we don't allow cash at a nonprofit operating a rink, are we subject to a fine if this passes?
I believe sections 34 and 41 are completely separate from each other. I
Yeah.
think section 41 relates to the lemon law. Like I said, this bill, it's one of these larger omnibus, I guess, agency bills where there's a whole bunch of different things that aren't necessarily related to one another. So, you know, as I understand it, like I said, 34, I'm not sure is really germane to this committee. Representative Tigliano?
The fact that they don't accept cash is the violation of the law. Not in this bill. We already passed that law a few years ago.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, for those of us that still do title searches at town halls, many town halls don't take cash, but they have a machine there that you put your $5 bill in, out comes a white card, and then you use that in the copy machine. So I think line 1705 through 1708 would allow a retailer to have that sort of technology, and that would provide that they would not be penalized under this. So I just want that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Tigliano.
Well, since I didn't want to slow down the committee process and getting this bill out, the reason the amendment that just passed that I yelled no on is because if you're talking about restitution, the cap 10,000, if somebody has to have restitution for an expensive car or a car that costs $20,000-$30,000, that's why they were removing the cap in the bill that was contemplated by general law. So I just wanted to get that on the record, and that's all I'll say about it.
Right, but in those situations, there's always a court process with respect to restitution as well. And I think the thought was it's already other avenues. But anyway, be that as it may, further discussion. If not, do we need a roll call vote on this? Yes, we need a roll call. Okay, Madam Administrator, roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1357 to JFS it to the floor with Amendment A. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Stavstrom.
Yes.
Flexer. Yeah. Gadkar Wilcox. Zazino.
Yes.
Kissel.
Yes.
Fishbein. Blumenthal. Brown.
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella.
Yes.
DiCaprio.
Yeah,
Delaney.
Delaney votes yes.
Dylan.
Okay, thank you.
Doucette. Jubitsky.
Yes.
Elliott. Gaston. Gilchrist.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey. Howard. Jacobson.
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson. Khan. Lamarck Muir.
Yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar votes yes.
Miller. O'Day. Osborne. Havelock Tomato.
Havelock Tomato votes yes.
Perillo. Quinn. Raman.
Yes.
Roberts. Vertigliano. Sims. Veach. Yes. Walker.
Yes.
Wilson.
All right, number 10, substitute for House Bill number 5019, an act establishing extended producer responsibility for consumer batteries. The motion is a JF. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Discussion on this bill. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item 10, HB, substitute HB 5019, an act establishing extended producer responsibility for consumer batteries to the consent calendar.
I will just note before we do that, I should have said at the outset, I believe there's a little bit of a tweak that needs to be made to the indemnity provision, immunity provision of this bill. That is the reason it's before us, but I understand that's been worked out. And so without objection, we'll move the bill to the consent calendar. All right, number 11, substitute for House Bill number 5572, an act concerning real estate wholesalers and real estate wholesale contracts. Is there a motion? And a second? A motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Discussion on this bill, Representative Doucette?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not on general law, so I wasn't intimately involved with this, but my understanding of the purpose of this bill is to provide disclosures in a case where a so-called real estate wholesaler purports to enter into a purchase agreement with a seller of real estate. And the purpose is to provide disclosure and protection for consumers who are often confused by these types of transactions. And I understand it's here because of the CUPPA violation in there.
Thank you. Further on the bill, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I had somebody come across this past year. It was a very troubling thing where they entered into a contract to sell their property, and then the buyer just wasn't there. And the buyer recorded the contract on the land records, and it precluded them from selling their property. And I finally had to get involved and, twist arms and stuff. But I do appreciate the language before us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there further discussion on this? Do we need a
Yes.
vote on this? There is discussion.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Representative Pavlik Tomato?
Thank you. Just quickly, does this create a new license through the state?
I believe it does. Oh, wait, nope.
Is that new or existing?
It does. I believe it does.
A new license, correct?
Correct.
And are there any continuing education requirements, or is it just the straight, I believe it's $285 a year to hold the license?
Again, we were not involved in crafting the underlying licensing to this, but I
I
don't
apologize.
I don't see any CLE requirements in the bill itself.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Do we need a Representative Tiglano?
I just, for the benefit of all, this passed out of general law as a work in progress. So this is a continuing negotiation. I don't think this language is going to be what it is if it does keep going from here.
Okay. Further discussion on it? Do we need a roll call vote? Representative Fishbein for motion, maybe?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak a little slower. Mr. Chairman, no, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 11, which is HB 5572, an act concerning real estate wholesalers and real estate wholesale contracts, to the consent calendar.
Any objection? Going once, going twice. Sold. Consent calendar it is. All right. Number 12, substitute for House Bill number 6241, an act concerning agritourism. Is there a motion? Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield, who has a lot of agritourism in his district. Discussion on the bill. If not, Representative Fishbein for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we move item number 12, HB 6241, an act concerning agritourism, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Okay, we are gonna go to number 16, an act implementing. Let's start with 16, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority regarding the projection of a laser at an aircraft. The motion will be a JF. Motion from motion from Representative Fishbein and second from Senator Kissel. This bill makes it a Class A misdemeanor to point a laser at an aircraft. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Rep. Fishbein?
Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 16, HB 6861, an act implementing the recommendation of the Connecticut Airport Authority regarding the projection of a laser at an aircraft or flight path of an aircraft to the consent calendar.
Any objection? So ordered. Number 15, House Bill number 6851, an act concerning purple property boundaries as warning to trespassers. The motion will be a JF. Motion is from Representative Fishbein, second is from Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on this? If not, I will just say, this bill has been before this committee multiple times. It changes the definition of criminal trespassing. This bill originally was heard in this committee and a few years ago and is now being heard in apparently the Public Safety Committee. It changes the definition of criminal trespass in the third degree by making it such that you could paint the border of your property purple and that would be enough. I have opposed this bill in the past. I'm going to be consistent and vote no today, but members should obviously feel free to vote their districts on this one. I don't have a lot of property in my district that's big enough that people would need to outline it in purple paint, but I understand other folks may want to support this bill. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to align myself with your comments. And I know this bill is important to some folks. I know that other states do this. Some other states do this as well. I just don't get it. There are ways in which I think you could easily just not recognize the purple paint. I don't know how wide it has to be to ensure that. It's just a concept I haven't been able to wrap my head around, despite the fact that we've had this conversation several times. And I don't want folks to find themselves on the wrong side of the law in ways that seem too simple. It seems too simple to violate this law. And so I maintain the concerns that I've had for, I don't know how many years we've been talking about this, but I maintain those concerns. But I think we were willing to listen to this because maybe folks could convince us differently through you, Mr. Chair.
Discussion on the bill. Representative Fishbein, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do admit that when this bill originally came to us, I think it was 4 years ago, I was opposed. I was like, what is this? It actually emanated from Representative Boyd, who saw that it was be appropriate over here. And, we know now as the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, not everybody can afford to put up a fence. And, there are boundary lines even in the cities. And I think the idea here is, sometimes, people say that fences make good neighbors, but it's not very easy to put in a fence these days. A fence that's sturdy. We have zoning regulations and all that stuff. And I do see other states doing this. So I've grown to be in favor of the concept, and I do intend to vote. But yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dubitsky.
I sometimes feel like I'm the guy out in the woods trying to explain to the city folks how things work out here. It, the purple paint is a pretty standard way of marking rural property boundaries around the country. In Connecticut, typically you post signs on trees. Those signs are pretty expensive. If you've got a farm that's 200 or 300 acres, it could cost you many thousands of dollars to buy the signs. And in some places where there's no trees, you have to put up posts and things like that. So the purple paint is essentially just an alternative to the signs. And you essentially just paint a mark on the trees or on posts around the farm or around the property. Around the country, it's pretty well understood what that means. Hopefully in Connecticut, people will recognize it. It's like there are certain colors that trails are marked, typically blue and white. This is a different color that marks the property boundaries. And again, it's pretty common around the country.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to do something that I've asked people to do in this building over and over again. I'm going to accept that there are things outside of my experience and the fact that other people have an experience that I do not have. Sometimes I have to follow their lead because I just don't know enough, and I will vote in the affirmative.
All right. Further discussion on the bill, further discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 6851. JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Pass.
Flexer,
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox, Pacino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown,
Brown votes no.
Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella,
Chicarella votes yes.
DiCaprio, Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Abstain.
Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitzky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist,
Gilchrist votes no.
Godfrey,
No.
Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
No.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock Tomato,
Pavlock Tomato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts, Retigliano, Sims, Veach,
Beach is a yes.
Walker, Wilson.
All right, number 14, substitute for House Bill number 6846, an act concerning the use of artificial intelligence. The motion will be a JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Winfield. Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the bill before us today comes from the GAE committee. It has been before both that committee and this committee before, and it is an attempt to get at the issue of deceptive synthetic media and its influence on our election practices. This bill is a work in progress, as it was last year, and I hope that the committee will consider supporting this bill in a bipartisan fashion as we had in the GAE committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Discussions on the bill. For the discussion, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I do recognize that there is a potential issue here, and it's scary to go on social media and perhaps to see any one of us making a statement that actually didn't come out of our mouth. It's today, but it could be very damaging. Some people will believe that stuff. Some of this stuff looks pretty real. But I do recognize that there are significant issues with the language before us. I intend to support the concept moving out of the committee. I think we need to do something. Whether or not this is it, I don't know. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further on the bill. If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 6846 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Pass.
Plexer,
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox, Fazino,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yeah.
Fishbein, Blumenthal,
Yes.
Brown,
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio.
Chicarella votes yes.
Thank you. DiCaprio, Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist,
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Havelock Tomato,
Cavax votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Raman,
Yes.
Roberts, Vertigliano, Sims, Veach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson.
All right. We are on to item number 17, an act concerning addressing patients' prescription drug costs. The motion is a JF. Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion, seeing none. Rep. Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 17, substitute for HB 6870, an act addressing patients' prescription drug costs to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. 18, House Bill number 6878, an act concerning mortgage foreclosures. Motion is a JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion. If not, Rep. Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 18, HB 6878, an act concerning mortgage foreclosures and undischarged mortgages to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Number 20, substitute for House Bill number 6990, an act concerning the seizure and forfeiture of digital wallets and virtual currency. The motion is a JF.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion from Senator Flexer, second from, I think it was Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on this bill? Is there discussion? Representative Doucette, briefly.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill we've been working hard on with the state police detectives who deal with financial crimes and also with the state's attorney's office to deal with the issue of crimes involving digital assets, virtual currency, which are on the rise. And this would allow the state police and the prosecutors more tools to seize digital wallets and virtual currency. And then with respect to the forfeiture of those assets, and we are happy to work with the state's attorney and the state police on this. It's still a work in progress, but an important bill and a priority bill for our committee.
Thank you, Representative Doucette, and I want to thank you for your work on the Banks Committee, working with us throughout the session on this bill. It is an important topic and one that I know both the Banks Committee and the Judiciary Committee have been actively engaged in since the start of the session. So we appreciate your work on this. Representative Fishbein for motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 20, substitute for HB 6990, an act concerning the seizure and forfeiture of digital wallets and virtual currency to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Number 22, substitute for House Bill number 7060. The motion will be a JFS LCO number 7441. Is there a motion? And a second. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fazino. Discussion. Seeing none, Rep. Fishbein for motion, please. Is there objection to placing item on consent? Is there objections? Yep, Representative O'Day.
What, do I understand? What was the LCO?
It was distributed earlier. It's 7441.
Thank you.
Yep. Objection placing on consent. If not, so ordered. Next, we're on item number 24, substitute for House Bill number 7181, an act concerning enforcement of the state's cannabis, hemp, and tobacco laws. The motion will be a JFS LCO number 7423.
So moved.
Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on this bill. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we were discussing something else. Can we just go off the record for a moment?
All right. So just to be clear, we're on I think there may be some confusion. We're on item number 4 on our agenda, which is substitute for House Bill number 7181. It's an act concerning enforcement of the state's cannabis, hemp, and tobacco laws. The motion was a JFS, and it's LCO number 7423. And what the JFS language does, this bill, let me just start by saying, this bill overall, I think, is a very good attempt at making sure that the Responsible and Equitable Regulation of Adult Use Cannabis Act that we passed several years ago would be enforced properly, and that we don't have folks, particularly smoke shops, that are not licensed cannabis dealers selling cannabis or certain cannabis related products. The reason the bill was before us was it did change and affect some criminal penalties at the end of the bill. There was a provision in here about sale of cannabis to minors under 21. And it was pointed out that under existing law, sale of cannabis to minors is a misdemeanor, whereas sale of alcohol to a minor is a E felony. So what the bill attempted to do was to make those two in line by making both the sale of alcohol and cannabis to a minor an E felony. Good attempt, but I think unintentionally what the bill did was it also made the sale of cannabis paraphernalia, think like like rolling papers, etc., also an E felony, which seems very high and inappropriate given that you're talking about products that may have other uses to them beyond just cannabis. So what the JFS language does is attempts to clear that up. It retains the E felony for sale of cannabis to a minor, but reduces the penalty for sale of cannabis paraphernalia down to a C misdemeanor offense, so that we are bifurcating those and we're not unfairly punishing someone who's selling just paraphernalia. So that's what the JFS language attempts to clear up. Hopefully that addresses the concern. Representative Tigliano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And I was sort of part of that discussion. I'm glad that the intent of the bill is intact. The only question I had was about Section 11, where we removed. There's been some controversy over some of the cigar language that's been in a couple of bills here in the legislature, that where you can't get it through the mail, and you were kind enough to try to clean that up. But I just didn't know if we also took out some of the penalties for selling sort of like a vape product to a minor when we took out the section with the cigar language.
I don't believe so. So what we did is we took out Section 11 relating to the sale of cigars, because I believe there was already language on that and a discussion in finance, and
Right.
we didn't think we needed to rehash that again here today. So we removed that section. But this, the JFS language does retain the new section related to sale of synthetic cannabis and retains that as an E felony offense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support all these changes. Thank you.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you just, I know Representative Tigliano and I were talking, the removal of lines 444 through 446, what is the, what happens with regard to that?
Thank you for that. So the other change that's in the JFS language is there's a provision in the file copy of the bill that talks about the delivery of basically electronic nicotine or essentially vape products. And there's certain requirements in there that aren't just directed at the delivery of those to people, but also how they're delivered, the packaging of them. The way this bill was written is essentially if the package wasn't proper and somebody along the chain of delivering the package, think the UPS guy, delivered that, they could be subject to up to a B misdemeanor. And there's existing fines and seizures, as in seizure of the product, potential civil fines, et cetera. We left all that in there to discourage the unauthorized delivery of these vape pens, et cetera. But we thought in addition to having all those fines, all those penalties, the seizure of the product, tacking a criminal offense on top of that was excessive. So we removed the criminal offense, but left all the civil enforcement ability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on this? Further discussion? If not, Representative Fishbein for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we move item 24, HB 7181, substitute language for an act concerning enforcement of state's cannabis, hemp, and tobacco laws to the consent calendar.
Is there objection placing the item on consent? Is there objection? If not, so ordered. Number 25, substitute for House Bill number 7227, an act concerning eligibility for state contracting and fees charged for health records. The motion is AJF. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative, I'm sorry, from Senator Flexer. She wishes she was still in the House. Most days anyways. Is there discussion on the bill? Is there discussion on the bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 7227 to JF to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, any affirmative?
Stavstrom.
Yes.
Flexer.
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox. Fazino.
Yes.
Kissel.
Yes.
Fishbein.
Yes.
Blumenthal. Brown.
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, yes.
Chigarella.
Chicarella votes yes.
DiCaprio. Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dillon.
Dylan votes yes.
Doucette.
Yep.
Dubitzky.
Yes.
Elliott. Gaston. Gilchrist.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey. Howard.
No.
Jacobson.
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Lamarck Muir.
Yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar votes yes.
Miller.
Miller votes yes.
O'Day.
Yes.
Osborne. Havelock Tomato.
Pavlik Tomato votes yes.
Perillo. Quinn.
Yes.
Rahman.
Yes.
Roberts. Retigliano.
Yeah.
Sims.
Sims, any affirmative?
Beach. Yes. Walker. Wilson.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, can please call the consent calendar when you're ready.
Consent calendar consisting of Senate Bill 1115, JF to the floor. Senate Bill 1235, JFS to the floor with Amendment A. House Bill 5019 to JF it to the floor. House Bill 5572 to JF it to the floor. House Bill 6241 to JF it to the floor. House Bill 6861 to JF it to the floor. House Bill 6870, JF it to the floor. 6878 to JF it to the floor. 6990 to JF it to the floor. 7060 to JFS it to the floor with LCO 7441 and 7181 to JFS it to the floor with LCO 7423.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Please call the roll.
Roll call vote on the consent calendar. Winfield,
Winfield, any affirmative?
Stavstrom.
Yes.
Flexer.
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox. Fazino. Kissel. Fishbein. Blumenthal. Brown.
Brown votes yes.
Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, yes.
Chigarella.
Senator Chicarella votes yes.
DiCaprio. Delaney.
Delaney votes yes.
Dillon.
Dylan votes yes.
Doucette.
Yep.
Dubitzky.
Yes.
Elliott. Gaston. Gilchrist.
Gilchrist votes yes.
Godfrey. Howard.
Howard, yes.
Jacobson.
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson.
Johnson votes yes.
Khan. Lamarck Muir.
Yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar votes yes.
Miller.
Miller votes yes.
O'Day.
Yes.
Osborne. Havelock Tomato.
Pavlik Tomato votes yes.
Parilla. Quinn. Brahman.
Yes.
Roberts. Retigliano. Sims.
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach. Yes. Walker. Wilson.
Thank you. That'll conclude our business for today. Votes will be open till 3:30. We stand in recess.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me okay? Senator Miller?
Yes, I can hear you.
You too. Okay, so Senator Miller, I've got you for the consent calendar, which is great. So if we start from the top, the two noms for Aileen Keyes, how would you like to vote?
Yes,
For Alex Sarkoff?
yes,
Okay, and then Senate Bill 3.
yes,
Okay, Senate Bill 8,
yes.
Senate Bill 9,
Senate Bill 9, yes,
Senate Bill 884. This is from Environment.
yes, yes.
Okay, 1356.
Go down to 1356.
Number 8.
Yes,
1357.
yes,
6846, which is number 14.
yes,
6851.
yes.
72. I got you. All right, you're all set.
That's it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Have a
Have a
great
nice weekend.
Thank you, you too. Representative Johnson?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, and yourself?
Good, thank you.
All right, so let's see, I've got you for consent, and then for the first two noms, I've got, oh no, for the second one for Sarkoff, how would you like to vote?
That's right. I would like to vote yes, please.
Okay, and then the agenda, Senate Bill 3,
A yes,
Senate Bill 8,
yes.
9, I got you, no, I don't, Senate Bill 9,
9 is a yes.
okay.
I was having audio issues there, sorry.
No, I saw you pop on and off, and I was like, you know what? And I almost came back around. And I'm like, she'll tell me.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I thought
Yeah.
that, but I was like, oh, I can't unmute. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm yes
884?
on 9. Yep.
So 884 is number 4.
Yes on 884.
Perfect. 1356.
6, I'm a yes.
1357.
A yes as well.
And then 6851.
851 is a yes.
All right, and then you're all set.
I'm all set.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Representative Howard,
Good afternoon.
how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. It's Friday, finally.
Yep, there you go.
All right, so for the two noms for Aileen Keyes, how would you like to vote?
No,
Okay, and Sarkoff?
yes,
Okay. For Senate Bill 3,
no,
8,
no,
9,
no,
884,
no,
1356,
no,
1357,
yes,
6846.
yes,
Yes, yes. 6851,
yes.
7227. I got you. All right, you're all set.
All right, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. Representative.
Hi.
How are you? Oh my God, how
How are
are you?
Yeah.
All right, for the consent calendar, how would you like to vote?
I'm sorry, consent calendar, yes.
Okay, so from the top, the two noms, Aileen Keyes, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
And Alex Sarkoff, you got already. Okay.
I thought I've him already. Yep, okay.
Yeah, I've got you. Take care. I've got you. So I'm missing Senate Bill 9.
Yes.
Let's see. For 6846.
What was that one?
This one is, it was the, it was a GAE bill. It was the
Yeah.
AI for elections. AI now needs to
Yeah.
generate deceptive synthetic media and affect elections.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. 6851.
Which
That was purple paint, the purple property borders.
Yes.
Okay, and then 7227, which was number 25. It was GAE eligibility for state contracting fees charged for health records.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too, enjoy.
Thanks.
Representative Delaney? Hi, Senator, how are you?
I am well. How are you?
Good, good. Okay, for this, let's do the consent calendar first. How'd you like to vote?
Yep.
Okay, for the two noms, I've already got you. For Senate Bill 3, let's see, I've got you for these. There's only a few, so 1357, how would you like to vote?
Consistent with the chairs. So
Okay.
yes.
Yes. 6846.
What's the title of that one?
So 60. Okay, this is a GAE bill, artificial intelligence and other means to generate deceptive synthetic media and affect elections.
Want to vote with the chairs.
Okay, I'll put it yes. 6851, which is purple property borders.
That was an interesting one. I think that was referred from my public safety committee. I want to just do what's consistent with the chairs.
Okay, all right. 7227 was the last one, and that was GAE bill eligibility for state contracting and fees charged for health records.
Consistent with the chairs. I think that's yes too.
It is. Yep. All right,
Yeah.
you're all set.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Have a
All
good
right,
weekend.
bye-bye. You too.
Madam Administrator.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
Good. Am I recorded as having missed any votes today?
I do not believe so, but let me look right now. Let's take a look. No, you're all set.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Take care.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is our House Chairman still in the committee room?
I don't know. In fact, I was just actually going to text in there and find out.
Oh, you're not in the committee room anymore?
No, I'm in the hearing room still.
Okay. Is he in there?
He's not in here. He might be back in the office. I don't know.
All right. Roger that. Thank you.
You got it.
All right. Bye.
Madam Administrator.
How are you, Senator?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Okay. For the consent calendar,
I'm a no. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a yes.
we'll have to open the whole thing back up. Okay. For the noms, I've got you yes on Keys, and then for Sarkoff.
I'm a yes.
Okay, now for Senate Bill 3,
Yes.
for 8,
Yes.
9,
Yes.
884,
So hold on.
that was number 4.
Yes.
Okay, 1356. And that was
Yes.
8. Okay. 1357, number 9.
Yes. Oh, wait, 1357. How did the chairs vote?
They voted yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how folks voted or not?
The only person who voted no was O'Day.
All right, how about yes?
6846, which is number 14.
Okay. A yes.
Okay. 6851, which is 15.
This one was a silly one. How did the chairs vote?
Senator Winfield voted yes. And then Staffstrom, he passed on it. But he did say he told members to vote however they'd like to, because he wanted to be consistent with how he'd voted in the past.
Okay. And what's a dumb bill? What, I'm a no.
Okay. 7227, which was number 25.
I'm a yes.
Okay. And for what it's, I don't know if it matters, but for what it's worth, Senator Winfield did say, after Representative Dubinsky spoke, that he ended up voting in favor of it because he deferred to somebody who sort of lives out in that kind of district and would understand more than what he would.
You're talking about the purple boundary.
Purple one, yeah, yeah. All right.
Okay, but if anybody paints my rocks purple, I will not consider that to be a good boundary marker.
All right. You all set?
But thank you for that. All right, yes,
Yeah.
take care. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Good afternoon, Kirsten.
How are you?
I am fantastic.
All right, so the consent calendar,
Yes.
okay, for the two noms, for Aileen Keys
No.
and for Alex Sarkoff.
Yes.
Okay, for Senate Bill 3,
No.
for 8,
No.
for 9,
No.
884,
Yes.
1356,
No.
1357,
Yes.
6846,
Yes.
6851,
Yes.
7227.
Yes.
You're all set?
Thank you so much. Have a
Have a
great
great
weekend.
weekend. You too.
Hello.
Hi, Representative.
Hi, Kirsten. How are you?
Good. Unfortunately, it's 3:30. So the only thing, I don't know what I have. Or if you missed them all.
I've missed everything then.
I think you missed everything. Yeah, I don't even have you for the noms. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't even have you for the noms. Sorry about that.
Okay.